Here we are, day 13 in the No Pixel public queue. We have pretty good positioning, and we've been in that general positioning since the server reset about 2 hours ago. So, not making much progress in the first 2 hours here. Normally does take a little bit for it to kind of stable out and figure out where exactly you land. But yeah, I think we started right around like 145. It's jumped around a little bit, but still pretty stagnant around that positioning. So hard to tell where we're gonna go on day 13 here. I'm not superstitious, but 13 is not always the best when it comes to luck. In fact, some buildings still don't have a 13th floor, and you must wonder why. We must have been a very superstitious people. But here we stand on day 13 of the No Pixel public server, tapping it one more time on this server reset time, which again happened 2 hours ago. So at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when that server reset time happened. And there's 6 more hours to go at 12 a.m. right at the start of the next day here for anybody on the Eastern Standard Time. The server is going to reset, giving everybody a chance to get back in, or if you want to think about it in the other terms, kicking everybody off the server, myself included, whether you're in the queue or in the actual game playing. At 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time will be the next time that the server resets, and everybody will get booted and have to reconnect into the queue or into the game. So last night we were able to get in for just a little bit. We got to click around the character creation screen. We got to click through some of the pedestrian models that are loaded in there, click through some of the tabs. Yeah, we didn't rush it because we only had a few minutes in there to spare. So we knew we only had a few minutes before the server reset. That being said, that was actually one of the best positioning and one of the the most amount of time that we've actually spent in the game, if you will, if you count that part of the game. So yeah, we're in a better position today. So maybe we'll see some progress, and maybe we'll get to explore that a little bit further, and maybe, just maybe, we'll get to see the streets of Los Santos today. I won't cross my fingers, or I'll keep my fingers crossed. I should say, I won't keep my hopes up, just because the queue does seem to be, hit or miss. Sometimes it moves pretty steadily. Sometimes it really just stays stagnant. It's like salmon swimming upstream. So we shall see how it progresses today, if there's any change from the previous days. And our deal pretty much is we just kind of put on some tunes. So I'm gonna actually switch up our epic music that's going on there. We'll put on some tunes while we hang out and wait. One thing that I will say about the tunes you may see in the chat is all of our music so far has been going through Pretzel Rocks, which is a subscription-based DMCA free music service, which is kind of connected to Streamlabs and a few other services. I guess you could get it separately. But the reason I bring it up is we're testing this out. The music is pretty decent, but I have a pretty exciting plan for later in the week, maybe tomorrow or Friday, to highlight some other artists that are DMCA free music, or have a playlist, or have a selection of music that's DMCA free. So we'll be doing that pretty soon here, kind of highlighting an artist or certain artists. I think we'll probably do it either tomorrow or Friday. So if you're interested on who that artist may be, definitely give a follow and see when we tune in tomorrow or Friday to see who that artist is and see if you like them. So yeah, I have another fun thing planned on that Friday or this weekend potentially. I won't. I'm still kind of ironing out the details of that. So be sure to check that out and see what we do on Friday to make this a little bit more exciting. If we're sitting in the queue and staring at numbers, which is what it's been a few days. So yeah, we'll have some fun this weekend with a few extra things tied into that, and maybe just maybe we'll get into playing the game as well. So we shall see, but stay tuned for more of that. Until then, or until the halfway point, or if we see any progress in the queue, I'll chime back in. But until then, I'll go ahead and put the music up a little bit, and we will go from there. Let's see what day 13 brings us.
dance across the darkness.
In a writer, I'm looking for somebody who brings everything to the table. You know, who brings the heart, who brings their vision, and particularly who bring their brain to the table, so that they're aware of what they're doing and they're making conscious choices. I don't have a lot of patience for people who feel like they're downloading from the cosmos. You know, just like, that's how it came out. You know, okay, great, now let's make it better. But, you know, just writing from a place of understanding rather than from a place of fear, where you're just grateful for any idea that comes along and you don't want to change it because you don't know how. You know, it's not about the ideas, it's about how you support the ideas.
top of the hour, and still little to no progress. Moved about 10 seats, so I guess that's a little bit of progress considering the first 2 hours was no progress at all. Really just kind of hovering around 140, 150. So yeah, I guess 10 seats is something. It's something. But yeah, still decent positioning. Good seat to kind of come in at least from my experience in the last 13 days. So what are we looking at here? This is the NoPixel public server. It launched 13 days ago, 2 Fridays ago. It's brand new, it's popular, it's available to everybody if you have, the correct specs and requirements that are needed to run the 5M client, which is what it runs through. Essentially, it's a heavily modded version of Grand Theft Auto Online, GTA Online. Oh, hey, thanks for the comment. The next restart is in about 5 hours. Happens at 12 a.m. So there's 3 restarts in the day. 12 a.m., 8 a.m., 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So yeah, we're in it for the long haul here until that next one. We have a pretty decent spot right now, but the past 3 hours, it's been slowly moving, and I say slowly lightly because when I say slowly, I'm talking about 10 seats is what we're really kind of looking at over the past 3 hours. So every day is hit or miss. I'd have to figure that out. GMT, you'd have to bring out your world clock to figure whatever the equivalent is for Eastern Standard Time. But yeah, definitely, if you have 0 prio, your best chance of getting in is right at those server reset times. And one thing to know is with 0 priority, there is a little bit of a window, even at that restart time, that won't even let you in. It's 12 a.m. now for you, so let me do a little bit of math. Oh, okay, so yeah, 5 a.m. will be the server reset time for you, 5 a.m. And then yeah, every 8 hours after that 5 a.m. you'll be hitting the server reset times. So in theory, I guess it'll be 5 and 10. 5:10 is when you'll kind of hit the connect button and have a chance to get in a good position. And when I say good position, I would say honestly, from my experience in the past 13 days, 200 is a good position, just roughly speaking. Now, I have to take a step back because in my experience, I've only had 3 chances so far in the past 13 days where I've seen the connecting screen, I've seen the load in montage, and we got to the character creation screen where we were able to flip through some of the pedestrian models. Yesterday was actually the time we spent the most time in that screen, which was about 4 to 5 minutes. So no, we have not actually seen the streets of Los Santos yet. Lots of factors. It's really hit or miss every server reset time. Now I've been pretty much tapping this one server reset time every day. It's the easiest one for me to kind of get into. On the weekend, I'll probably try one of the other ones to see what the chances are. But yeah, I've tried at least one server reset time since the launch 13 days ago. And yeah, we've gotten as far as the load-in screen. We could have really rushed it yesterday if we wanted to, but we decided to just kind of hang tight and go through some of the pedestrian models because there's hundreds of pedestrian models. So knowing that we only were going to be able to spend a few minutes actually playing, we kind of held back. It took a lot of self-control to just kind of flip through and go through that one. Yeah, it's a long haul. It's super popular right now, so this is the experiment that we're running on, kind of seeing if it's gonna calm down, and yeah, maybe we can save somebody, an early morning or a late night, just based on our experience and what we've been dealing with on the server resets. So pretty good positioning still. We'll see if we make it in today. Otherwise, we'll try it again on one of the other days. I haven't figured it out yet, but we'll be doing something kind of fun on Friday, so we're not just staring at the queue. Obviously, the weekend might be a little bit more popular, although last weekend was actually, we actually had really good positioning both on Friday and Saturday on the server reset times that we tried. So I could be wrong, but yeah, we're gonna do something a little bit fun on Friday. Try to find some fun music. I use an app right now called Pretzel Rocks, which kind of has some decent music on there. You can see the artists that pop up, so if you like them, definitely check that out. But a lot of different artists out there, so I want to highlight some of the artists that have been generous enough to give us some DCMA free music out there. So we'll be doing that on later in the evening on Friday, kind of around this time. We'll kind of start that around this time. On either tomorrow or Friday, most likely Friday, because you know Friday night, so we'll have some fun. Yeah, you can definitely apply to the main server for sure. Obviously there's a little bit more involved. You have to you have to think of a character, have some sort of backstory, and then there's an application that you have to fill out. Keep in mind, you do still have to donate to apply at this point. It's not open for anybody to join. It's just you have to donate, and then you'll be allowed to fill out an application. And you have, I think, 5 chances to get in. So yeah, if you're really thoughtful, if you're really creative, there's definitely a chance to get in there. It doesn't hurt, spend some time to think of a really good character that you like. Be really creative about it. Read the rules, correct? Make sure that you're not towing the line with any of the rules, and yeah, it's definitely worth it for sure. But yeah, Corvette, thanks for chiming in. Thanks for hanging out. We're looking for other people that has. How much is prio for the public? I'm not 100% sure. I have a few links in the description, so you can definitely take a look on there. I think there's a few different priorities. I think the starting one starts at like $15. I'll be honest, I do believe the priorities are actually sold out at this time. So I don't think there's any word of when they're going to open back up or if they're going to open back up. Could be a combination of they are able to open up more seats, or it could be a combination of people kind of cancel their subscription based on this. I'm curious to see if anybody does have priority, and kind of see what their experience is. Even on the lowest priority, I'm curious to see kind of what their wait time is, and if they have to kind of get in right at those server resets, like us in the 0 priority status. But yeah, I have a few links in the description that you can check out on this video or the older videos. That should take you right there. And if you really want to dig into some of the questions and get answers right from the admins, you can join the Discord, the public Discord. I'll take a step back and preface, it is a little messy. It's a public Discord. There's lots and lots of things going on in there. And I'll say, if you do go in there, make sure you read oh, sorry, my dog is getting all excited. Make sure you just read the pinned message, because the pinned message is going to have a lot of the information, like the server reset times, and things like that. So if you do go into join the public Discord, just be sure to read the pinned message thoroughly before you ask any questions. But yeah, it's a little unruly in there, but you might get some specific answers depending on what you're looking for. So there you have it. Day 13, looking at again, decent positioning right now. We'll see how quickly or slowly it progresses. But yeah, We're going to turn up the music a little bit more. Feel free to ask any other questions. I'll be kind of hanging tight, doing some things in the background here while we're staring at all these numbers. Glorious, beautiful numbers. Thanks for joining again, though. Oh, and Corbett, if you're still here, if you do apply to the whitelist server, come back and give us your experience on what it was like if you get accepted and everything. It'd be very curious to see some other people's perspective on either the main server, joining the main server, or joining the public server. So yeah, keep in touch and let us know how the journey goes for you.
All right, let's bring that beat back.
All right, so I was able to pull up the priority tiers. There's 5 tiers. First tier is $30, and this is all in USD, United States dollars. So tier 1 is $30. Tier 2 is $100. Tier 3 is $250. Tier 4, tier 4 for 30 days is $4.99, and tier 5 is for 15 days at $4.99, so just shy of $500. So yeah, those are subscription based. So tier 1 through 4 are 30-day subscriptions. Tier 5, which again is $4.99, is 15-day subscription. So I think that'll play a big factor in when and if seats open up. I think they will rely and kind of follow on those 15 and 30-day markers since the launch of the server, because anybody that subscribed is subscribed, or that paid for this is subscribed for 30 days or 15 days. But if you're willing to spend $4.99, you'll be able to maybe get a spot in 2 days. 2 days from the launch is 15 days. So, potentially the tier 5s may open up in a few days. But I would assume, again, this is all speculation just based on what I'm reading here and my experience thus far. Tier 1, 2, 3, and 4, those seats may open back up in 30 days from the launch of the server. So we're 13 days in. So in about 15, 16, 17 days or so, some of the seats may open back up. Speculation, all speculation. That's my disclaimer here. They could open up. They could open up more seats. People could cancel their subscription, depending on where their priority was, and if they were able to get in, if it was worth their time, all that good stuff. Lots of factors decided in there. But I'll go through the tiers one more time before I turn up the music here. So 5 tiers in total. Tier 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all 30-day subscriptions. So every 30 days you're getting this charge. Tier 1 is $30. Tier 2 is $100. Tier 3 is $250. Tier 4 is $4.99. And then tier 5, the last one, is for 15 days. So that's the one that kind of stands out as the oddball there. It's for 15 days as opposed to 30. And that one is also $4.99, but you're paying every 15 days as opposed to 30 days. So there you have it. Those are the priority boosts. You do have to have a 5M account to even get in there and purchase them. And I do believe you probably have to have a 5 or a NoPixel account as well. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, I'll keep this page open, so I'll chime back in a little later and reiterate those priorities that are, I believe, sold out. Again, another speculation. I do believe they are sold out, but yeah, those are what you're looking at. So there you have it.
If it's an accident that's an error that feels good, then you leave it in. You want those.
What you have is nothing more than a system of wires and circuits. It can show feelings only to the extent of which you program it to. It will be your friend, no more than the table you built it on will be.
You have reached the voicemail box of
Kino.
Just wait for the tone. The person you're trying to reach is not available right now. If you need further assistance, enter pound now. Please leave your name, number, and a message after the tone. Goodbye.
cathedral of myriad stars lit above it. Humanity will finally reach out from the deep well where it slumbered. And touch the tiny points of light suspended in unyielding darkness.
We've reached the halfway point of the server reset time. 4 hours in, 4 hours to go. So sitting at 120, we just actually hit the 120 threshold, 130 I guess. and it's been a very, very slow crawl. We started at about 1:45, 3 hours and 50 minutes ago, just shy of 4 hours ago when the server did reset. We were at decent positioning at about 145-ish, 150-ish. But as you can see, 4 hours in, and we really have only moved about 20-ish seats. So a slow crawl to the finish line here if we make it. Mathematically speaking, yeah, moving 20 seats, give or take, in 4 hours tells us that we're probably not going to make it in another 4 hours. But that's where all the other factors are at play here in the server that lasts for the entirety of that 8 hours. Everybody else in the queue here, 511 people, 130 people that are in front of me, are thinking the same thing that I am. How much time can you actually spend in the server as time dwindles down? So you have to kind of make that assessment, especially depending on what time of the day it is for you. If it's in the middle of the night, depending on where you are in the world, you know, it may not be worth it to even stay up another couple of hours just to see if you get in at all. So lots of factors. We're hanging in all the way till the very, very end. We're going to ride it out till the server resets, and we'll even spend a few minutes connecting and seeing where our positioning is on the server reset. And the factor that I just mentioned is the same factor that will apply at that time. So I will probably not stay up through the wee hours of the night to see, but I'm always curious to see where our positioning is on those server resets, and that'll give me an opportunity to explain what we've experienced so far in the past 13 days, what the heck we're looking at, what is NoPixel, what is 5M. So yeah, we'll be given a little bit more details as we approach that time, and especially as we sign off. But to give a rough recap, the NoPixel public server launched 13 days ago. It is the public version of the whitelist server, which essentially means that you have to apply for it and get approved to be in that whitelist server. This is the public one, only been out for 13 days. Anybody and everybody can join this server as long as your computer can handle it and you have all the correct requirements and accounts to allow you to download and play all those things. But once you have all the correct requirements, you can literally just hit the connect button on the NoPixel website and join the queue just like myself. That being said, there are a lot of caveats to joining the queue. There are priorities. So priority status will take priority over anybody with 0 priority, which is where we stand. We do not have priority. We are simply trying to test out and experiment with a 0 priority status. Since the server came out, since the server launched, really just to see if it kind of calms down at all, you know, what it is like for 0 priority to try to get in there. So what we've been doing is taking at least one of those server reset times, sticking it out for that entire 8 hour period, and see you know, how we move if we get in. So far we've had 3 days in total where we made it all the way down to 0. I preface that with, all in all, that's a total, we've spent a total after that moment of about 7 total minutes. That's those 3 times combined at the loading screen, the character creation screen. Yesterday we probably could have rushed it and made it in. We had about 4 minutes to spare in the server reset time as we got down to 0 and connected to the actual server. So yeah, that's where we've been in those past 13 days. So we're in a promising position right now. We have not moved yet, or haven't moved much, but there's still a chance. There's still a chance that we could make it in with a little bit more time than we did yesterday or the days prior. So we're going to ride it out until that moment, which is in 4 hours. And depending on where you are in your time zone, those times are 12 a.m., 8 a.m., and 4 p.m. Eastern. So yeah, if you're not in Eastern, download a world clock or pull up your phone. I'm sure you can type in New York City or something like that. That's Eastern Standard Time to kind of give your equivalent time zone, because those are your best chances of getting into the server if you have zero priority, is getting in at those server resets time, 12 a.m., 8 a.m., 4 p.m. Eastern, and really rolling the dice and seeing what your positioning is at. If you have a good position, you have a chance. Pending all those other factors and plenty more that I mentioned, you may have a chance, but that's what it takes. Every day is a new day. Every day is a roll of the dice. Lots of things can happen within 8 hours. So we have 4 more hours until the server reset. We're hanging on tight. We're going to see if we make it in. If not, we'll be back here tomorrow to come back and be maybe even here the next day. And we're going to add in some fun things here down the line. We got to iron out a few things, but either tomorrow or the day after, probably Friday, because it's a Friday. Let's have some fun on Friday. We're going to do some fun things on the channel here while we're sitting in the queue, and hopefully we make it in. But even if we don't, we're going to have a good time. So be sure to come back around this time on Friday and tune in, or just follow, and you'll be notified when I go live. So you'll be able to peek in and see what the heck we're going to do. I think it'll be fun. I hope people enjoy it. We'll find out. But yeah, that's going to be in the next couple days. We're also going to be, exploring some artists that have some DMCA free music. That means that it's, I don't want to say copyright free, but it's safe to play on the stream. So we're going to highlight an artist or two in the next couple days and kind of have a time period. Maybe we'll pick every Friday where we kind of highlight an artist or a playlist or something along those lines. So definitely tune in and see what we do. It's going to be a good time. Hopefully we get into the server at some point and we get it into that sort of fun, but we're going to have fun in the meantime. So check it out. In the meantime, we are going to chill for a little bit longer, and we're going to keep our fingers, toes, and anything else that you can crossed. See if we make it in tonight. And there you have it. We shall see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
always coming back, trying to hold on. Let me go. Set me free.
doesn't matter how much you know about implementation or writing layers or any of these kind of video game terms. None of that matters if you can't write music well. So the first thing for me is always learning your craft. And it doesn't matter where the music is going ultimately. This is when it's in your head and you're still thinking about it. You've got to know how to basically see it through completion practically on your own these days and have it stand on its own with everything else that's out there. And a lot of that doesn't come down to what plugins you have. I mean, sure, having the right reverb helps and everything. It really comes down to what's in your head and what's in here, what's in your heart. And those two things are what make the best video game music, in my opinion. Because I'm not really talking about video game music, I'm just talking about music. You have to be able to feel it. You have to know how to take those in your head and in your heart and say something meaningful. And I don't think that's necessarily something you learn in school or something you learn from reading a book or watching YouTube videos or anything. I think that's more something you learn from doing it, from trying it over and over and over and over and over and over and over.
I don't know what y'all think, but I think that's pretty.
You guys are so good at that.
I guess we all have future pants. They're pants we're going to wear tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after that. And the day after that. guess we all have future pants. They're pants we're going to wear tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after that.
So close to breaking 100. So close. Approaching the I mean, I guess you could say the 5-hour mark, and nearly breaking 100 in the queue. Decent positioning. It only took us 5 hours to get there. We started at about 150, and yeah, it's been a slow crawl to our current positioning, which is just on the brink of 100. Just on the brink of 100. We're almost there. We're gonna make it. And then we'll see if we can make it 100 more to actually connect in the 3 hours that we have left. So just approaching 3 hours left until the server reset, where myself and every single one of these lonely saps in the queue like myself are gonna all get booted and have to scramble back into the queue once again and see if you can retain your positioning, get a better position. Although just, you know, knowing that there are some priorities at stake here, or at play, I should say, getting in at that server reset time may be your best chance, depending on what your current position is. Even for us, right on the brink of 100, we're still, you know, looking at, well, it's hard to say. Again, it's a hit or miss. Every server reset, every day is a gamble of how quickly or slowly you move through that queue. So definitely still a gamble in the 3 hours that we have left if we will actually move 100-ish, because you can see it just jumped up again. 100-ish seats. Will we make it in within 3 hours? Will we get to see a little bit more than we have in the past 13 days, which so far I've been able to at least tap one of the server reset times in the past 13 days since the No Pixel public server has launched. And yesterday was actually our best showing yet. Hold for it, wait for it. We were in for about a total of 4 minutes. Got in 4 minutes before the server reset time. Got to see the load-in montage, got to see the connection screen, got to see the train station, got to flip it through some pedestrian models. I don't know why I turned like Luigi there for a second, but that's where we stand. That's where we stand in the past 13 days. That was our best showing so far. So we'll see if we can break that stride today, if we can do a little bit better. Hopefully we can see the streets of Los Santos, but you know, I got my fingers crossed. All my fingers, all my toes crossed. So we shall see if we make it any further than we have in the past 13 days. But we're in it for the long haul. We're going to be tapping the server just like we have in the past 13 days. At least one of these server reset times every day until it kind of calms down, or, you know, we've reached a point where we come to some sort of conclusion. I don't know exactly what that conclusion is. We're in the, you know, the hypothesis, the experimental phase here, trying to determine what it's like, what it takes to get into the No Pixel public server with 0 priority. So for those of you who are wondering, there are priority statuses. I do believe those priority statuses are currently sold out for the time being. They may open back up in the next 30 days, or, you know, we don't actually know. I'm honestly, again, just speculating. I have no idea if and when those priority seating will open back up again. But for the time being, if you do not have priority, your best bet at even attempting to play on the No Pixel public server is knowing when those server reset times are, connecting as they happen, and getting yourself a good position, and then settling in for the long haul to see if you can actually get all the way down to 0 in the queue and connect. So those server reset times, we're approaching one in 3 hours from this moment. Almost 3 hours on the dot is when that server reset will happen. That is at 12 a.m., 8 a.m., and 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you're not in East Coast, you know, just find the equivalent time frame of yours based on New York time. That's Eastern Standard, whatever is easy. New York City is probably the easiest way to calculate that for yourself. So every 8 hours the server resets and everybody is booted. Everybody has a chance to get in, pending, you know, those priority seats that can come in at any time, which is partly the reason why we have been so stagnant in the queue. The first 2 hours we barely moved at all. We were at about 140-ish for the entire 2 hours of the start of this server reset. So yeah, without priority, the number, you really play the numbers game. You're gambling, you're rolling the dice. You never know if you're gonna move quickly or slowly. As you can see that we just moved. I was literally just jumped on and said how we were just about to break 100, and there we're back up at 120. So just goes to show you how much turmoil is in the queue, how much is just moving and molding, and you never know. You can't gamble. You have no idea. You can't predict how quickly it's gonna move. You can't predict how long it's gonna take you to get in. So maybe, just maybe, with time, that will be something that calms down. And that's what we're here to find out. 13 days in of kind of tapping the NoPixel public server. And there's about 3 hours left until that server reset time, where everybody will lose connection and have to scramble back in from square one. So yeah, we're going to be hanging out for the rest of that time, just keeping an eye. Hopefully we can get in. We're going to be doing some fun things coming up. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday are normally a little bit busier on the server, so we're going to be doing some fun things during the at least Friday evening. I think we're going to try something a little bit fun on the stream here to, you know, kill some of the time. But yeah, if you're interested in what's going on, you want to learn more, this is the place. I'm giving information on when the server resets, how to get into the server, and all that good stuff. So there you have it. Settle in and with us for the long haul. So right now, if you were attempting to buy prio, it just gives you kind of a general error, which essentially means that it's sold out, but it says it's been purchased too many times is kind of the general error that you get. So yeah, essentially it is sold out for the time being. They are on a subscription based service though. So 4 out of the 5 tiers are on a 30-day basis. So being that we're 13 days into the launch of the server, it is very possible that we could see some of those seats open up in the next, 17-ish days. Is definitely a possibility. But don't hold me to that. I am absolutely 100% speculating on there just based on the fact that the tiers are on a 30-day subscription based. In fact, the 5th tier, tier 5, is actually on a 15-day cycle. So we actually could be seeing some of those seats open up pretty soon if you're willing to dig into the tier 5. But yeah, when you go into purchase and look at any of those ones, you get just a general, it's been purchased too many times, which means it's sold out. So definitely keep an eye out. We'll be kind of trying it out in the next couple days here to see if any of those do open up with a different error. I don't want to call it an error, but a different dialogue. But yeah, that's what it says. Just says purchased too many times. None available. Thanks for chiming in, Robot Ninja.
most people are creative in one way or the other. A lot of people feel like they have a book in them, or they have a song in them, or they have a TV show idea. And you can sit around and talk about that all you want. But until it is actually reality, it doesn't count. When I was younger, I don't know how many songs I half wrote, but never quite finished, and never finished recording, or never even started recording. And no one knows that those songs existed. So it kind of doesn't count until you finish it and then put it out into the world. Now, I'm not saying put crap out into the world, but there comes a time when finishing and moving on, I think, is vital. Otherwise, you're just holding on to all of these old works. And I think if you want to grow as any sort of creative person, you need to finish things. That cliche of art is not finished, it's abandoned. Yes, it can always be better. But you have to finish and you have to put it out, because otherwise you're just the guy talking about your art and you're not the guy doing it. You get better by doing it, finishing it, learning from that process, and moving on to the next thing.
Well, about an hour ago, I said we were about to break 100. And here we stand, 2 hours before the server reset time. And, yeah, we did not break 100. We did not break 100. Oh, we were so close, and we didn't do it. So, just a testament to how unruly the queue can be sometimes. Even the span of 1 hour, you can see little to no movement, or you could actually see yourself increasing in your server spot, your spot in the queue, which is exactly what happened in this past hour. We've been steadily going up as opposed to down, relatively speaking. And that happens. That happens. So yeah, we have about 2 hours left. Less than 2 hours left until the server will reset. At that point, everybody, including myself, will get booted, and we'll try to tap back in and see if we can get in a decent position. A decent position is relative terms again, but we were at about 150 when we first got in at the very beginning of the server reset 6 hours ago. So at the very, very beginning, 6 hours ago, we were at about 150. So if that tells you how much we've moved in the span of 6 hours, you can see right there where our positioning is. So yeah, we're salmon swimming upstream, swimming against the stream. So we shall see if we make progress. The 2 hours left is kind of that make it or break it type period. There tends to be a lot of drop off, especially in the last hour. You know, there's an assessment of how long you've been waiting versus how long you're going to be able to play. So everybody sitting in the queue has to make that assessment at some point, or normally throughout the entire 8-hour journey that is the server reset. And I think that weighs a little bit heavier in the last 2 hours, knowing that you know, there's only a certain number of things that you can do within that time frame. So most people, if you've hung on for this long in the queue, are going to hang out, as we will. You know, regardless of whether we make it in or not, we hold on all the way to the very, very end. That's our thing, I guess you could say. So we're going to hold on to our spot until we get in, or until the server resets. And then we'll try to get back in for a little bit. So those server reset times happen at 12 a.m., 8 a.m., and 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we're approaching that in about 2 hours. So no matter where you are in the world, 2 hours from this very moment, you will also witness the server reset. And those are your best times of getting a decent spot. I highlight decent. That's your best chance of getting a decent spot in the queue to hold on and wait and see if you get in. So far, I think this has actually been one of the better positionings that we've actually, no, scratch that. This has definitely been one of the better positions that we've been in at the very start. 140, 150. Normally we're at about 250, 300 range. And even in that range, we have been able to get into the loading screen 3 times. 3 times. With a total, or with a record time of being in for 4 minutes, which happened last night. We were in and loaded in with 4 minutes to spare until the server reset. So obviously this is a popular server, and priority definitely weighs a heavy toll on your ability to get in, which those priorities are, I do believe, sold out. So at this point, your only chance of getting in is at those server reset times where you may be able to get a good or decent position. And then you'll still have to deal with some of the many factors that play out within an 8-hour time frame to see how quickly or slowly, or if you move at all. And that's just one of the many factors that play into this server reset and the game of trying to get in. So yeah, we're on a little bit of a journey, an experiment, if you will, kind of tapping it every day since the server launched. At least one of the server reset times. Normally we do 2, just to kind of see where we land. We don't stay through the entire server reset or 2 server resets. We stay through 1 entire server reset time and see if we can make it in. And so far in 13 days, we've made it in a grand total of 3 times. So today on day 13, we're going to see if we make it in for a 4th time. And I rambled on long enough to be able to say that we are almost nearly so close to breaking 100, just like I said 1 hour prior to this moment. So yeah, like I said, anything can happen. 1 hour, you could see some movement. It's almost like we reset from 1 hour ago and we're back where we started, but we only have 2 hours left until the server resets. So that's where we're at. If we don't make it in, we'll try again tomorrow, next day, the day after, and maybe we'll draw some sort of conclusion at that point. So yeah, again, that is the experiment. That's the journey that we're on. There are plenty of other servers on the 5M platform. So, you know, I should take a step back, and this isn't the only thing that you can do. Within the 5M client, there are a whole bunch, a plethora of other public servers that are available. So maybe one day we'll explore some of those. But for this time being, we're really just kind of, again, we're on this journey. We're on this experiment on the No Pixel public server. So if you're curious, if you want to learn more about what it is, if you want to see the journey that we're on, make sure to follow along. We're going to do some fun things along the way. Coming up in the next couple days, we're going to do some fun things on the stream to pass the time instead of just kind of looking at these numbers. So we'll be starting that up pretty soon here in the next couple days. So definitely join in. Tell your friends that we're going to be here. And we're going to be letting you know if the server is getting better and better for 0 priority or not. And giving info along the way and listening to funky tunes. So with that being said, we'll hang tight for a little bit longer here. I'll chime back in as we progress here, as the time dwindles down and our queue, hopefully our queue spot dwindles down as well. And that is where we stand.
It's not exactly clear whether they even truly exist or could be shown to in the physical universe. If they do, if one day physics finds a use for them, that's great. But if not, that's great too. That would mean that we have, with this brain,
Whew. We did break 100. Took a while. Oh man, I mean, Saxo, sorry, I keep forgetting that I have the multi-stream happening and there's YouTube as well, so I'll have to definitely be better about checking my YouTube side. But yeah, it's honestly a tough call. I have made it in at 177. I think the best that I've made it in was my starting point was at like 240, so there's definitely a chance. But I'll be honest, today it's been pretty stagnant. We haven't had much progress. We just broke 100 and we started at about 150. So yeah, it's been a slow roll today, making it through. We had, I thought, what was really good positioning, 177. I would say, I normally say 200 is a good position. But yeah, we just broke 100, and I say that with I say that cautiously because it could go up. It was about an hour ago, over an hour ago, hour and a half almost, that we were about to break 100, and I jinxed ourselves by saying that we were about to break 100, and then literally an hour went by and we were at about 120, 115, 120, somewhere around there. So yeah, definitely a lot going on in the queue here. Lots of ups and downs. Yeah, hard to say. It's really a gamble every single time. You kind of just have to hang out and ride it out until the very end, because you never know when your seat could jump, or people could get booted from the queue, or people could just get impatient and leave, especially as we dwindle down closer to the reset time, which is happening pretty soon. We're about an hour and a half away from the server reset. So yeah, only about an hour and a half worth of true gameplay if you can actually get in right at this moment. Just shy of an hour and a half of gameplay. So yeah, a lot to kind of assess and weigh if you're going to hang out until the server reset time. But yeah, that's where we're hanging out today, and hopefully we'll see where our positioning is on the next server reset. I myself personally will not be hanging out for an entire 8 hours of the server reset when that happens, but I will definitely be just kind of tapping it in and see where we land when the server does reset, to kind of see where our beginning positioning is. So yeah, appreciate chiming in, by the way.
fresh is a great slogan. They managed to convince an entire continent, if not the globe, that eating a foot of bread was somehow good for you.
Stuff, but there was a cow looking like it was using tall wooden legs that appeared from time to time to say, like, yeah, I know you can do it. You have my trust. When I was little, I had a tree outside my bedroom window, and the moonlight spread its shadow across my ceiling. And sometimes when I woke up in my groggy state, it looked like spider webs. Probably. It's hard to tell. But that doesn't mean that you should stop dreaming. The feeling I get from this is waking up in the middle of the night from a nightmare that you thought was real but really isn't. These dreams are weird. You pick up your phone and no one is there. And for a while I was really scared of them. Like, it's definitely
very much alike. Remember all the happy times we had? Very much alike.
Yeah, that has definitely been the running theme from my experience over the past 13 days, really since the server has launched. It is really hit or miss. Sometimes, you know, you'll see a few hours maybe of steady drops, but yeah, more often than not, you just kind of get stuck at one number for a very, very long time. And yeah, as we approach the last hour, there's definitely a larger drop off. So we do have a higher success rate as we approach that server reset time. You know, maybe people that have been there for a while are starting to leave. Maybe people that have been in the queue just see that an hour worth time is, you know, not substantial enough. For us, you know, we've committed so much time today, we might as well stick it out. We're going to go all the way till the end. At least I'm going to go all the way to the end here just to see where we land. That's been our the experiment that we've been on this past 13 days. And just for full disclosure, I do not plan on paying for priority. This is kind of the journey that I'm on, kind of tapping this, and we're going to do some fun things along the way that I'm going to add in. But yeah, right now we're just kind of really seeing if the server, the public server, is available for no priority peeps like ourselves. And I'll try to give information along the way as I retrieve them. I don't know 100% all the information, but as I get information or try to get information, I'll try to relay that info as well. Like if I know of any priority seats that open up, I'll try to give that info out. And I'll definitely kind of just explain what I've experienced over the past 13 days and what we're running into. So hopefully we got a chance. So you're saying there's a chance? Yeah, I say there's a chance. Not a great one, but you know, gotta stay positive. officially 1 hour away from the server reset time now. Just shy. Wrapping up, coming to the end of the server reset time where everybody, including ourselves, will get kicked out. And it'll be a mad dash to get back in to see where your initial positioning is. And then, yeah, even then, it's a toss-up to see how quickly or slowly you move. It's a gamble every time. But yeah, we just kind of surpassed the 7-hour mark, approaching the last hour of this current server reset. Saxos, how much have you moved? Have you moved at all? Curious to see where other people have progressed. Well, it's taken over 7 hours to move about 100 seats in the queue. So, mathematically speaking, we'd have to sit another 3.5 to make it the 50 remaining seats. And we don't have 3.5 hours left until the server reset. We have just shy of 30 minutes until the next server reset. So our chances are dwindling. They're getting real low. So we are hanging in there. And at that time, we'll give a little recap of where we've been thus far in the past 13 days. What our hopes and dreams are for the next coming days. No, just kidding. But giving some plans of what we have in store for this weekend. Maybe some of the server reset times that we're going to try to tap into. See if we have any better luck than this one, which has been the one that we've been doing the most often. It's the easiest one for myself personally to get into and hang out. If I was able to get in the first couple hours of the server reset, I might actually be able to play, which is, could be a whole nother factor in why some of these positions sit for a very, very long time and we don't see much movement. I don't know if they have anything preventing AFK or somebody just kind of sitting and waiting for them to actually be able to play, but, getting in a little early depending on how long their wait time is. But yeah, we'll chime in a little bit as the server resets. We'll try to get into the next server reset and see where our positioning is. We'll give a recap and we'll give a game plan for what's to come. Until that time, here's a little bit more music. And if you're enjoying the music, obviously the comments are showing the music currently playing. So if you do enjoy it, make sure to check out those artists. We're going to be highlighting some other artists in the future, which I'm excited to do. Some other artists that also have some music that is DMCA free. So I'm super excited to highlight some of that in the next couple days. But yeah, if you enjoy the music, definitely, do a little Google search, or if you can click on their name in the comments or find them. I'm using an app called Pretzel Rocks, that kind of provides different stations and different artists while I'm streaming. So yeah, if you enjoy, definitely check out those artists. I'm trying to give some love to every little piece that I'm using here during these times. But yeah, we're gonna highlight some other ones. All right, 30 minutes left, just shy of 30 minutes. We'll dig in a little bit further. We're making a little bit of progress, but I don't know. Fingers crossed, toes crossed. Sinking in deep. We'll see where we go. closer and closer we get to the server reset time. We're about to break 40. Is it enough? I don't know. 40 seats in 20 minutes. And even then, even if we were to jump 40 seats right now, we would only have that 20 minutes to run around and play of actual gameplay. So yeah, we're really at the wind down moment right now. But we will try to tap into the server reset coming up in about 20 minutes here. So hang on tight.
darkness.
in a writer, I'm looking for somebody who brings everything to the table. You know, who brings the heart, who brings their vision, and particularly who bring their brain to the table, so that they're aware of what they're doing and they're making conscious choices. I don't have a lot of patience for people who feel like they're downloading from the cosmos. You know, just like, that's how it came out.
All right, so we are breaking the threshold of the single digits with a measly 3 minutes left here. So, yeah, we're really just waiting for the server reset, which is happening in just a few minutes. So, while we're waiting on that, we can go ahead and kind of give a recap of what we've seen thus far and kind of what we're planning for the next couple days here. It looks like we are going to see the loading screen, but you know, we'll just sit back and watch the loading montage because it'll probably get booted here. So this is what we've seen 4 times thus far, with again around this same amount of time to spare, 3-4 minutes. So what has that entailed for us? That's really been about knowing when the server reset times are happening, button mashing when the queue is actually open and available for the 0 priority statuses. And then on top of that, there's really a whole bunch of factors, a little bit of luck, a little bit of remote desktop if you have it and you got things to do, a little bit of good internet connection and, you know, maybe luck on that side too. Every single 8 hours is a gamble. So we've made it to the train station. 2 minutes to spare. 2 minutes. It's the standard pedestrian model here. So you can see as we got to kind of, I would say 30 minutes in, 30 minutes left of the server reset, there was a massive drop off. And we were able to yeah, we made it in. We made it in again with literally, it's about to reset in 1 minute. So, you know, there's no reason to really rush on here. But if I would, I was just going to flip through one of these pedestrian models and maybe change a thing. Let's see if we can actually do it this time. I don't know. We're a minute away, so no real reason to rush it. But yeah, this has been pretty typical, or I wouldn't say typical, but this is the 4th time that we've made it in. Again, around this kind of same time, 3. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Saxos, you're exactly spot on. 8 hours, 8 hours of waiting for. Oh, here it goes. So yeah. Oh, I thought it was about to reset. It froze on me for a second. But yeah, 8 hours of waiting for literally not even 10 minutes of gameplay. The server is about to reset in just a second. We're literally just waiting for it, which is why I'm not kind of going through any quicker because, uh-oh, something happened to this guy. So yeah, we're just kind of chilling and waiting for the server to reset. Again, this is the 4th time that we've made it in. And hopefully luck is on our side. We can make it a little bit further next time in. Maybe we can get 5 minutes. Oh, you wanted me to go, didn't you? You wanted me to go. All right, I promise. Next time, if we make it that far, we will just rush through it and get through it so we can get on the streets. I promise. Next time we'll do that. Oh man, I was really hoping for more than 4 minutes this time, which is what I got last time. So there you have it. The server just reset. For those with priority, it probably only takes a few minutes to kind of close out, log back in. You could probably get back in pretty quickly. For those of us with zero priority, and I thought I saw still about 500 or so, or 400 something, still in the queue right up until the time there. So for those of you with zero priority, you're going to be waiting about 9-10 minutes or so until you can actually rejoin the queue, which we are going to go ahead and do. I'm just going to, there's a screen that I'm technically not supposed to show, so I'll go ahead and hide my screen for just the time being here while I kind of explain where we've been again. Whew. I didn't think we would make it in. It was a real slow queue today. We really were stagnant. We started about 150-ish, and I think it took us 7 hours to move 100 seats. And then the last hour, we actually did move that last 50 seats or so to see the login screen, to see the train station. And then, I honestly just stalled there in the pedestrian model screen because it wasn't as much time as we had made yesterday. It was about 3 minutes today. We made it for 4 minutes yesterday. Oh, man. How crazy. So yeah, I'm hoping we can get there. I'm hoping the server is calming down. I can honestly say that, obviously from the launch of it, which is about 2 weeks ago, just shy of 2 weeks, it has calmed down a little bit. I mean, I think the first weekend there were a total of like 1,600 roughly total in the queue and hanging out and trying to get in. So yeah, I'm gonna wait. Yeah, wait, exactly. Yeah, get in the queue, and then you have a few hours. That's kind of the deal right now, which is the luxury that I have of being able to just kind of get it started. As long as you're available at that time of the server reset, there's a chance. There's definitely a chance, and it does seem like every day is getting a little bit more open to zero priority. It's still a long wait. I'm not sitting here being trying to sugarcoat it. It's a long wait. You gotta hang in there. I'm sure it is a drain on the internet just kind of sitting in that queue for the entire day. But man, it does seem to be calming down a little bit. So maybe in the next couple weeks it'll get a little even better for our zero priority. And we'll be keeping an eye out in the next couple days and the coming days to see if any of those priorities do open up. Me personally, I am not planning on going through this priority. I've already committed to or dug myself a big old hole, I should say, into this experiment of just tapping into the server with no priority. So that's the mission I'm on. But we are going to try to provide as much information into the priority when those seats come available, if and when they do come available, and try to give information for anybody who's interested in joining the server. Even the main server, happy to try to provide some information as much as I can. There's obviously a limitation to my knowledge as well. And then maybe eventually, once we've kind of tap the well that is the no pixel public server, maybe we'll move on and explore some of the other servers on 5M or something. I don't know if there's enough time. I just don't know if there'll be enough time. So yeah, we are approaching where you can kind of start button mashing and getting back into the server. Not quite, think there's been like 1 or 2 times that I've been able to get in earlier than the 10 minutes, but normally it's because like a server crash or, some kind of fluke situation. But yeah, we are approaching that time, so we'll definitely get we'll see where our positioning is. We'll compare it with our positioning from the server reset that happened 8 hours ago, and we'll hang out for a little bit. Maybe luck is on our side for the server reset. But to just give a little bit more information in case there are those of you that are wondering, the server resets happen every 8 hours. That means every single person has a chance to get in every 8 hours when that server resets. Every single person gets booted. So those happen at 12 a.m., 8 a.m., and 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you're not in that time zone, just make the calculations to figure that self out. Because if you don't have a priority, then those are your best opportunities to get into the queue. And then on top of that, then you roll the dice and you have all the other factors at play for the remaining 8 or so hours to potentially, maybe, possibly get in to the server. Obviously, it's popular. It's only been out for 13 days, and we have been tapping it every single day since the launch. I haven't sat in every single 8-hour server reset, obviously. This is kind of, the past one has been our most common one that we've been tapping into and trying to hang on to. But thank you, Saxos. I hope you get in there too, man. Come in and check us out and tap in. Let us know where you're sitting in too. We'd be happy to have you. I won't put to actually get if you know somebody who even has priority or is also kind of tapping the queue. I'd love to get some other people's perspective on what it's like for them. What is it like for priority 1? How long are they waiting in the queue? Are they able to get right in? Priority 2, I'm super curious to see kind of what other people's experiences are. I can only kind of speak on my own experience of the past 13 days. And it's been a whirlwind, but we're in it. We're in it for the long haul. We're having fun, and we're going to have some fun with it too. We have a few things up our sleeves here that we're going to be doing in the next couple days to really enjoy it and not just stare at numbers this whole time. So definitely come on back and join us for some of the fun to be had. I heard hot tubs are popular, so who knows? Totally 100% kidding on that one. All right, but we are approaching the time. I'm gonna just tap it really quick here. Let's just see if we can maybe get in. I think we're still like 1 minute shy, but it doesn't hurt to try to get in. And one thing that I will say for anybody who is trying to get in, if you do get a general error that just says, that just kind of hangs at the requesting server variables, make sure you quit out completely of your 5M application and make sure you're reconnecting through the NoPixel website. That seems to be a common thing that's happening. If you just kind of keep tapping on the server from 5M continuously and get that error, just make sure you just quit out, go back to the NoPixel website, and click on the connect button from their forums page. So yeah, we are 1 minute away, maybe even, if you're lucky enough to get in a little bit earlier than that 10-minute time frame. So still just getting, the queue is full. I'm feeling it. This is the one right here. All right. All right, looking promising. I think we did it. I think we did it. Well, let me take a step back by when I say promising. It looks like we are in the queue. It was joining. It was giving us a good connection there, which was the promising side. As for our number in the queue, not so promising. Again, it is depending on where you are in the world. It is in the late hours. So, there could be a little bit better of a chance, which we are going to be trying at least one of the late hours over the coming weekend here just to give it a try. Not tonight. We'll stay by. I think normally it does take about an hour, even sometimes 2 hours for the queue to kind of stabilize to give you a really good indication. And when I say stabilize, that doesn't necessarily mean that your number actually drops. It could actually get bigger in some cases. Again, lots and lots and lots and lots of factors here at play. But yeah, the server just restarted 11 minutes ago, 12 a.m. Eastern. Server resets last for 8 hours. So at 8 a.m. will be the next one, and then 4 p.m. Eastern. Those are the server reset times every day. 3 server sets a day. And those are your chances to get in if you have 0 priority. As of right now, as far as I know, there are all the priorities are actually sold out. So there's not even a chance of getting them. But we shall see if those seats open up. We also are on the journey right now of just seeing if the queue does kind of calm down over the course of time since it launched. So we'll hang out for a little bit longer here, but that's the journey that we're on. And today was the 4th day of our 13-day journey of seeing the login screen, seeing the train station, seeing the character creation screen, and I stalled out there. I wanted more. I wanted more time. I just wanted a little bit more time. Just a little bit more. So yeah, I got my fingers crossed. I got my toes crossed. I'm hoping that we can get a little bit better of a positioning in the next couple of days here, and we can really explore the server and have some actual game time. Oh man, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? So that is where we stand. Join us as we continue the journey along the path of the No Pixel public server. If you're curious about joining, I do have some links in the description, so you can definitely find out more by going to the No Pixel website, finding out what FiveM is, and exploring all the things that FiveM has. There's a whole bunch of servers out there, not just the No Pixel public server. Lots and lots of things to explore on FiveM. And then I also linked the FiveM public Discord. So if you really want to get some very specific answers from the the source itself, firsthand, if you will, that's where you can get a lot of information. I will say it's a little unruly in that Discord, so just proceed with caution at your own risk. And if you do, make sure you read the pinned message that's in the upper right hand corner. That's going to save you a lot of questions that you may encounter within that Discord, like the server reset times and a whole bunch of other information there. So make sure to read that thoroughly before you dive into the unruly Discord chat. But again, it is a great source of information on there, so I did link it in there. I've been blabbering on, but last but not least, I gotta plug a few things here because it does tie into kind of my plan going forward a little bit. If you enjoy any of the music, definitely check that out. I want to give some love to the music. I'm going to be trying a few different platforms, as well as kind of highlighting some artists going forward that have music that is a allowed to be played on stream. So definitely, if you enjoyed any of the music that you heard, check them out on Spotify, SoundCloud. You know, give their artist name a search and give them some love, because you know there were some funky jams on there that I enjoy. But yeah, we're gonna explore some other ones. I know Twitch Soundtrack is in beta right now, so we'll probably explore that a little bit. And I have some other artists up my sleeve that I want to highlight. So we'll probably be doing that either tomorrow or probably Friday. I'm thinking Friday is a good day to bring out some good music and try something fun and new. So if you think that sounds interesting and you're curious at all, curious like a cat, definitely tune in. Definitely come on back. Give us a follow so you'll know when I go live. We'll be tapping this that is the No Pixel server until we're able to get in and we play a substantial amount. I'm not talking about 4 minutes or 3 minutes. I'm talking about a good amount to actually play and explore. And if you're tuning in, give you something to watch instead of just 3 minutes. Just not enough. It's just not enough. Not enough. So that is where we stand. Definitely check us out as we continue along the journey. But yeah, we're gonna let this go for a little bit longer. I just want to see if it calms down a little bit. But obviously, I am among 500 other people in the queue at this moment, seeing and testing our luck to see if we can get in as well. So thank you to everybody who chimed in the chat and even just came in for just a minute or two. Thank you. I appreciate you. Lots of fun today. It was a lot of fun. Even though we didn't get in for very long, I had a good time. So hopefully if you did tune in for just a minute or two or even a little bit longer, I really appreciate you hanging out and chatting it up with us. So that being said, I'll crank up the music for just a little bit longer. And yeah, probably sign off in just a little bit. But there we go. Thank you.
Charles River. I could die right now, Clem. I'm just happier. I've never felt that before.
All right, let's bring that beat back.
But it's not a thing about making it accurate. If it's an accident that's an error that feels good, then you leave it in. You want those. It's not a thing about making it accurate. It's a thing about making it feel right. But it's not a thing about making it accurate. It's not about getting all the errors out. If it's an accident that's an error that feels good, then you leave it in. You want those.
what you have is nothing more than a system of wires and circuits. It can show feelings only to the extent of which you program it to. It will be your friend, no more than the table you built it on will be.